Good evening and welcome. Happy Sunday, I guess. And it's time for some Factorio again. Thank you, Viking Brit, for the 28 months. Much appreciated. So, we're gonna return to Factorio for a bit. I think I'll be trying to have Factorio on Sundays, and then let's see how that fits in with the rest of the week. If I don't have anything else, I'll probably play Factorio as well, because it's kind of like an infinite thing. But I will be trying new things and other things as well to move on. We've been playing a little bit of Elden Ring. Not a huge success in any way, shape, or form, but you know, I enjoy the game. I just don't know if it makes sense to even turn on the camera. But anyway, not today. So tomorrow we'll have a release of a DLC for Darkest Dungeon 2. So that will be development notes, January 23rd, blah, 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 blah. It's free and a DLC too. So yes, there's a new DLC tomorrow, Inhuman Bondage, on January 26th, 27th. We invite you to experience the result of the last experiment. If you already own Darkest Dungeon 2, you'll get Kingdoms for free. If you're new to Darkest Dungeon 2, you will find a complete game bundle is on sale. Good. So, it was a good chill stream, a bit of a break. Yes. Thank you. Appreciate it. Much appreciated. And it is a little bit of a break. But we'll try this Kingdoms idea. I really hope that it's going to be more along the lines of how Darkest Dungeon 1 is played, where it's less of a, oh well, you wasted an entire evening if something random shit happens, because that's kind of how it is. I don't mind having an hour or two setback because of freak accidents. That's kind of the essence of Darkest Dungeon and XCOM for that matter, but I don't like the whole, oh well, you lost, waste of time idea. So we'll see how that works with the Kingdoms mode, and of course also buy the DLC, because Inhuman Bondage, I mean, if it's something with bondage, then, you know, that's kind of my thing. So, yeah. And speaking of that, I have been on a very interesting bondage workshop all weekend. So, yeah, this last, I take a step back. So I've been working a lot. September, October, November, December, like a lot. And of course, like, yeah, it's work, it's your gaming, whatever, sure, but it's a lot of hours, and I've had to cut down on a lot of other things in the meantime. So I've been telling myself, well, when January comes around, ad revenue is going to be shit, Factorio is not going to be new, it's time to cut down and start doing other stuff, which is also why you haven't seen a lot of YouTube videos lately. And because I'm just spending a lot of time on other stuff. And one of the things that I really want to catch up on was rope stuff. Rope. So I've been doing a lot of rope. So it's last week it was like every day, I think. I either had a date or an event to go to. So it was, yeah, I think it was actually every day last week that I did rope stuff one way or another, either privately, because I now have my own setup at home, or going to the lounge, or going to workshop all weekend. So yeah, that's been super amazing, and I absolutely love it. Something that is surprised me, because I'm just gonna go on a tangent now, because it's on my mind, so we'll blurt it out, and then we'll go into Factorio in a little bit. Something that struck me, like the instructors were from the UK, the ones who were here this weekend, and then there were also some people from Netherlands, and the guys from Netherlands, they were telling the UK people, like, oh, you should come do a workshop at our place. And then they said, we can't, because you're not allowed to. It has to be strictly non-sexual, or in the Netherlands you have to be registered as a sex club, and then that gets a little bit more complicated. If you want to host an event, then you have to register as a sex club. And I was like, oh shit, I forgot that shibari, rope, kinbaku, whatever, is in Denmark. It's intricately intertwined with sex, but it's not. That's not a lot of other places where it's like a thing of its own, that it's not sexual. No, it's just pure ropes. And I'm like, what's the fucking point of it? Yeah, so that's something. Really feel privileged that we have two good loungers clubs in Denmark, in Copenhagen, that where you can have fun, and then also do that, of course, at home, which is also amazing. So good old shibari. Yeah, we love shibari. I do, but it's just weird that for me it's the same with like other BDSM stuff. Like a lot of places, BDSM is not a sexual thing. I'm like, okay, what's the point then? But anyway, lots of interesting stuff, and it was a nice and perverted weekend, so I really enjoyed it. And that's all there is to it. So, but when we talk about Kingdoms, or tomorrow with Inhuman Bondage, then no, Freedom does not necessarily have to involve sex. I know, but for me, it's kind of intertwined. So, like, splitting it apart, like, okay. So, if it doesn't, it feels even stranger. I think yes, Wolf. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. Like, then why are we doing this? Like, it's a way of just sort of, there's a lot of energy going on between people, and that energy is erotic in nature, at least erotic. It doesn't have to be sexual, but at least it's erotic. Otherwise, it just feels weird. Like, yeah, I think it feels weird. It feels strange otherwise. Yeah, but I'm not into other stuff. I'm just shibari. But then I'm also just very much into shibari. It's really interesting. Like this, I've only been doing it like for 2 years, but only 1.5 years, like intensely. And for these workshops, most of the people have been doing it for 10 plus years. And they were like, when did you actually start? It's like, oh, barely 2 years ago. Like, holy shit, you've been moving fast. Like, yeah. I also had a discussion with the lecturer. She was saying, gotta get it right. Was saying that there was a special hard point that you do on a pillar, a hashira. So you do a hard point so that it doesn't slip. So you can tie to that pillar. And she was doing one way and I was doing another way. And then she was commenting on my way. And it was like, oh yeah, this is perfectly fine. It's just, I don't like it. And sort of telling it to the whole class, like, I don't like this design. It's perfectly fine. It works. It's just, it's too clean. It's too crisp. And it was like, yeah, clean, crisp designs. That's kind of what I'm known for. It's like, she was like, oh, I want it messy because humans are not perfect, so it should be messy. And as long as it's safe, it's good. And I was like, I like it clean and crisp. So yeah. No rope spaghetti. Exactly. No rope spaghetti. Nice, neat line. Oh, sorry. Nice, neat lines. Yeah. That must be enjoyed feeling. So why not do that? Like, sure. You can do. I'm not forcing anyone to do anything. I'm just, for me and the space that I'm frequenting is a sexual space. It's a sex club for rope people. So it's often sexual in nature. Not always, but they also have evenings, like Monday evenings are like purely non-sexual. So if you want to go there and don't have the sexual aspect, you can go there on Monday. But Tuesdays and Fridays are open nights where it gets to be there. Made a second about the BDSM session. I do. It's very on brand. Yeah, and I was also like, you know what? You said clean and crisp designs, and I was like, you could not have been more spot on with my brand. So yes, that is true. Which also means that every rigger should have like their own thing. And I'm very tantric, and I use only red ropes because I think it looks better. So I have my red ropes, and I have my neat patterns and crisp designs, and you know, we each have our own thing. So yeah, it's pretty damn cool. I love it. It's also becoming a thing that people will notice that my style is a specific style, and I'm being tutored by the best rigger in Denmark, bar none, which may not sound like much, but he might very well be the best in Europe, because we're inviting the best in Europe, and I would always, every time we invite the best in Europe, I would always see that the guy who owns the lounge is better, like technically better and more well versed than any of them. So it's really impressive. So upgrade to blue ones, never blue ones. I like my red ones. Because as we know, Factorio and BDSM goes hand in hand. It does. Everything goes hand in hand. Round King, even within the community. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Round and own quirks. Yes, exactly. I think it's just we just chill a little bit, and then we'll get started, and then we won't talk more about it. But it's also just so if people are like, "What the hell is he talking about?" Like, sure, whatever. Just mute for 10 minutes, and when you see the screen go to Factorio, then you unmute. That's totally fine. So, do you normally bring a partner, or do you find a partner at the event? Oh, always a partner. I don't like the random stuff. I make dates, but I don't go to places to sort of rope jams with pickups. I just don't find it interesting. It's a long way for me to go to Copenhagen, and I'm not going to go there in vain, and I'm not going to be sitting there sort of being on a Tinder date. So right now, if I have no dates available until mid-March, so I'm pretty solid booked. So I'm not in need of rope partners at all. I've even had to sort of install my own dojo at home, so I can invite people over. So I'm not like linked. not locked into only those 2 nights a week. So yeah. Red robe stands out, pops out better against more skin tones, say, than blue or black. Exactly. And it's also very often like black lingerie and then the pale skin and then the red color. It's like, very nice contrasts. So yeah, that's just just how I roll. Of course, if they had purple robes, then I probably would have had used purple robes. But I'm really happy that I don't use purple robes because they're a little bit too weird. So I've seen some, and then of course you can get all sorts of weird, funky, spacey colors if you use nylon ropes. But holy shit, don't fucking use nylon ropes. That's a very American thing, and it's bad. It's bad. It's really bad. Don't use nylon ropes. Use natural fiber. Use jute preferably, or hemp, but hemp is much coarser. Or if you really want to be cruel, then you use coconut. I don't do that. I don't know. Yeah. When you demanufacture my own rope. No, I'm not. Actually, but speaking of something else, I am now a financier of a new sexology school that opens in Copenhagen this fall. I'm helping finance it, and it'll also be a space for sex positive workshops. So I'm giving something to the community. So yeah. Commentical all bad is the Factorio safe word. Yes. So what does sex positive mean? It means that you conduct workshops or have play spaces where sex is allowed. It's like when you go to a nightclub, you're not allowed to have sex there. But if you go to a sex positive party, then the space is designed so that you can have sex there. So that's just what it means. It just means that it's a play space, right? It's a place where adults can go to play. So anyway, I think that Cosmo Kramer and others are correct. Let's jump on into Factorio. A lot about de-demonizing it also, given Western views. I mean, that's a very American. I mean, I'm from Denmark. We have a little bit more progressive views on sex and nudity. So American views were sex positive spaces. Yes, there are, but they are a lot more hidden and well. So sometimes you just gotta know your streamer. Exactly. So now you got a little bit of the of information about why I'm not streaming everyone. A little bit more progressive views on literally everything. True. I was just kind of underplaying it, but I do not have progressive views on Factorio. I have very conservative views on Factorio. Should not change. So, yay! 1 sub. Woo! There, and that one. Yeah, but it's just a little teaser appetizer. We're not going to be diving too deep into it. But if there was a question, I'll of course answer it. And if you have a question, you're very welcome to ask, and then I'll judge whether it's an appropriate question to answer during this. But when we play Darkest Dungeon tomorrow, we'll probably be a little bit more inclined to sort of answer and ask these kind of questions. So feel free to shoot away if you feel like it. The Devil Risen. Thank you for gifting a sub. Good. What the hell were we doing? I don't know. Let's try to find out. Well, the best way to find out is to look at this one and see, is everything working? No. Why? Like, why is it not working? What is not working here? Like, all the lines are busy, so it's also increasing. But which one was off? I think it's this one, right? It's because you're not doing great. So it's, as always, a matter of not having enough of the Clever science. What do you know? Surprise, surprise. It's always the damn thing. Same thing. So let's use that as our focus. Always clever. Yes. Always clever. Cleverlicious. Let's see. Is this working? No, it's not. How is the steel not working? Like, what? It's this one, right? Yeah, you're on Gleba. You're sitting here with 16,000 steel over Gleba, and Gleba is not getting anything inbound. Or maybe it just arrived. Yeah, okay, now the steel is coming in. Okay, or maybe it was, I don't know. To overproduce to compensate for spoilers. Yes, it is. The number of rockets you launch is insane. Has the cost dropped compared to before the DLC? Yes. Between the normal and before, there's a factor 20. So 10 times less. Yeah, factor 20. And then, of course, there's also productivity. So better productivity modules. And do we even have better productivity modules here? Yeah. So where's my cursor? That's here. Better productivity modules also makes a bit of difference. And then there's the actual productivity built in. So we now have 300% productivity on this. So we're capped on the productivity. That's actually funny. Then we really shouldn't have this. Oh, now it's 375. So it was deliberately, it was capped in the best possible way. There we go. So it was capped, and that's where it should be. So 300%, that means that you only need 50 ingredients to launch a rocket. Previously you needed 100, and they've become 10 times cheaper. So it's now 20 times cheaper to launch a rocket. And then on top of that, previously we were dealing with 40% productivity, now we're dealing with 300% productivity. So also again, much cheaper. That's why launching rockets is basically free. Is it legendary quality steel you're importing? No, it's not. It's normal quality steel here. But we're just still not getting enough inbound, and I'm just kind of... Oh, you're moving somewhere. 0. Okay, so you're going to Volcanus to top up on steel, because for some reason steel ran out first. Interesting. Well, maybe because... okay, maybe that makes sense. Let's see how fast it comes in here. There we go, on the way. It goes up to 24,000 pretty easily. Okay, so we get the 24,000, and then that goes back once we have the 24,000. Also, the other ones are topping up as well. Oh, this one is not coming in fast. So even though we don't need as much of the flying robot frames, it's going to be the flying robot frames that's going to be stalling. Because they only come in at 6,000, and then another 6,000. And let's have a look at Volcanus, and then that's... where might you be? Here? Is that it? Nope. Up. That's the blue, this is the red, and this one. Oh, this steel. That's also launching efficiently. Maybe it's down here? Yeah. Here it is. Yeah. All of these are launching. That's 40 rockets launching, so it is limited how much. This is 40 of these launching is only... I hate to say that, but that's only 6,000 at a time. I kind of want to double it, right? If we could make this into a 4x4 splitter, then I could make 2 more rows out here and 2 more rows out there. And then it could launch 12,000 per round, which would be a lot better. Let's do that. I'm shipping robot frames because robot frames are used for capture rockets. And capture rockets are used to upgrade bioflux. And upgraded bioflux is used because that's the only way to get... upgraded bioflux is the only way to get... Or that's a prerequisite to get... Oops. The next science. The legendary Gleba science. And we need legendary Gleba science. Yeah. Smashing, and here Smashing. And weird that it's still normal. There. And then this one has to be changed as well. You. Oh. So I really wish these would be launching again, but that's not happening anytime soon. You are still standing here, but you're almost out of steel again. And this one is halfway out. It goes so quickly. Come on, send it down. Available on planet 0. Why is it not coming down here? It's so weird. Like all the other ones are dropping down, but not this one. Oh, that's a cat in the closet. Get out of the closet. I don't like my cats in the closet. I want them out. No, more cargo pods. It's not it. It's still that bug that's not fixed apparently. Yeah. Because they're not really. Well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's because these ones are not sending down fast enough. Stop the volcanoes. Let's see. This one only launches 6,000 at a time, and then we see these launching, and then they'll empty these belts. And then I can turn it. Like this. Emptying the belts. Oh really? You didn't even empty it. Oops. There you go. So now we can launch, well, when we get the rest of these. Why? Come on, 25. Why is that not coming in? Didn't I sort of build enough of a reserve here? Really? Really, really? On the way? Logistics storage? How can there be 0 in logistics storage? That makes no sense. Oh, because you suck? Ah, right. Okay. Well, that's kind of why. An upgrade. I should have taken the notes before, so I kind of got a sense of how fast it's going to be. Is this even keeping up? 11? 15. Oh, that sucks. This is not going to be fast enough. What a waste. Well, it's a bad design then. But it's a really bad design now because this is producing 20 and it can output with 1 long-handed belt. That's not really great. Oh well. I'm gonna let it be as it is because it's better. And that goes up and... shouldn't you also be... here. This one. Where do I get my blue circuits? Problem with the blue circuits is if I build a storage for blue circuits, then they will also be launching when someone requests blue circuits. Then they'll grab from here, which is really annoying. And I don't want that, but I guess I can't really avoid it. There you go. Well, that's gonna be sucking a little bit here, because it'll take all of it. That'll be better. Or, hold on. These are gonna suck anyway, so why not have them at least take the excess that they're producing and put it out here. Sure, that's better, I think. Good. That means we get a little bit more. And... oops. This one. Still missing that. How many do we have? 40. Okay. So, please go. Oh, I guess this is actually a big problem because it's being requested by everyone. Like, this is also requesting blue circuits, and every single launcher is requesting blue circuits, and we just don't have enough because we're only producing it from one place, like this teeny tiny place. Yeah. Hello, Torman. Good evening. Did we happen to complete Legendary Yellow Science? No, I can't help but feel we got as far as setting everything up, but we're working on watching. I'm not entirely sure. That's probably correct. Yeah, no, yes, here it is. 33. Cool. And then all the inputs here. It also needs like this trasher here for copper, and then a trasher for steel. Or LDS shuffler. Maybe add one more blue build? Nah, I don't wanna. I don't wanna. There's a lot of things that are just like not working because it will get there. This one though. You are loading. This loading system is just not great because, yeah, I don't know. Let's have a look on Gleba if we have science. 14,000. Sweet. So when it comes back, it doesn't just drop things off. It'll be sort of hovering in the air, but it really should just be dropping things off. So if we look at Navis and then look at it and go, you should want 20,000. Yes, you should want 8,000. Good. And that means the ship has left again. Good. That's how I... I don't like that. That doesn't seem correct. Oh, I already have 8,000. Oh, so why are we not using those 8,000? Ah, I think I know why. There we go. That should help. That should make it not die so easily here. And let's look here. Mark is 12,000. See, why is it 12,000? Where's the rest? Okay, I think I need to jump over to Gleba. That's a great build, this one. Just rocket silos everywhere. I have no idea where the main factory is. I will deliberately travel there just to make sure. Blame the game first. It's always the game. The game didn't fix my settings. Okay, now we're getting a somewhat decent amount of science per second. And go to Clever. Drop to Clever. This one cozily chugging along, making legendary carbon fiber, 25,000 carbon fiber. Nice. Just time is our best friend with this regard here. This just, as long as you have time, then it's gonna work. I want to redesign the science setup, but I don't know how. We're gonna do it when we're on site. It's much easier. Woo, freak! Thank you for the 31 months.
Welcome home.
What about you? What are you up to? Yeah, you don't have this because there's too much on novice, right? Yeah, you're 100,000. I really feel it should be way more, but okay. And click. So this is where all of our flying robot frames, they go into this junk here. There could be one more, actually, and there probably should be one more, if I'm being totally honest. And all of this here is just upcycling these, yeah. And then it goes into this teeny tiny build, which will make legendary science. And that's where we have our 15,000 legendary science, which we need to get rid of as fast as possible. But this is just desperately wishing to get more legendary bioflux. Hey G-Wolf, thank you for the tier 3 for 34 months. Nice. To actually get a deep spaceship, should I just scale everything way up and have enough space to make it easy? I think you really want legendary stuff, because that's gonna help a lot. So I'd like to have one more, but I honestly don't think I can support it. Another thing is, can I even build it? If I build this, then that would be hosted there. That means I'm gonna have to make some amendments over on that side. Okay, I mean, I can do that. I think I have enough. So this part, right? Okay. And let's take this out. Oh, well, okay, so this also has to... Oh, right, it's because it's the wrong size. Okay, this is working. More on the looking side for some time, but always happy to catch a stream. Thank you. And there will be some Factorio streams here and there. This part, I think I need to adjust it upwards, so... Or maybe I want to adjust this downwards. I don't know. Just feels weird that... Could it be here? Not really well, but it could. But I don't want it. So we're just going to be using this as... Oops. Oh. Yeah. Oh, right. Let's check these out so that they can continue for a little bit more. Yeah. That one. Great. What's up, kitty? Well, that sucks. Does that work? Nope. What the hell? There's a fight going on below the table between the cats. Like this. Oops. Nah, I need to wait until this gets built. Pretty much nothing missing, right? A little bit. Sweet. Now I just have to figure out what goes where. Oh, here's another little issue. This one is... Okay, so you're taking half from the top, and you're taking from the second from the top, you're taking from the third, and you're taking from the fourth, and then this one collapses. But that, it shouldn't need to do that, right? It should just continue. Because now it'll be... We can still do a balance our sorts. There. And then these have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 2 from the top lane. These 2 go in the top lane. I don't know. It's just kind of keeping things organized there. X2 are going to be from the middle lane. That's going to be you. Nope. And then we have the lower 2 lanes here. They move on. And you. There. Well, that's close. That is... Gonna be here. That one. Similarly.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Welcome home. Who is that? That is Mokona. Thank you for the 24 months. That's 2 years. Thank you. There we go. So that gets in here. And then all I need is...
Our illustrious champion
that one.
returns. Welcome home.
Another one. C-Dubs. C-Dub, thank you for the 45 months. Thank you. Yeah.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home. A new subscriber. Come, steal yourself.
What is
We
this?
are building an army.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, so that is controlling all of the spoilage. Okay, so Meek Force, thank you for the 14 months. And Spawn Peaky, thank you for the brand new Prime. And Civil Seed with 200 bits and Randoms with 200 bits, thank you. And then that triggers a glorious hype train. Well, some kind of hype train. We don't know if it's a glorious one yet, but it's a hype train. Shadow Child, thank you for the 6 months of Prime. That's a lot of Primes sitting here. Yeah, so we have a little bit of an issue with all the stuff we need. We're kind of short on everything. Surprise, surprise. Building a giant thing here is a lot of work. And the Hagen, thank you for the tier 2 for 7 months. And Bristol, thank you for the 13 months.
Our illustrious champion returns.
So,
Welcome home.
why is this so bad? Then they should just be coming in gradually from here, for example, right? You are bringing in 500, and you're just sitting on this, and then you're going to go to Gleba. What are you missing? Ah, okay. I guess I want to get this as well. I am Dead Iron. Thank you for the 4 months. And the Evil Risen, thank you for 500 bits. And that is a level 1 train. I feel hype trains are like children. You tell everyone you love and appreciate them all, but you have a preference. Okay. Hope your kids don't know that. But yes, there's definitely a difference. We love all of them, but there are some we love a little bit more. A little bit more. Like, on a scale from 1 to 5, then there are definitely some... Well, if you only have one kid and then you go like, well, you're definitely in my top 2 kids today. That's you. Thank you for the 63 months.
Welcome home.
All right, so we get something, and 63 months. Nice. And giant hoe. I don't know. Thank you for the 200 bits. Yeah, so as usual, which I might need to say because it's been a while since we've had any trains, and then also have any Factorio streams. If we get to level 5, then I'll add an extra I'll add an extra hour of stream, and if for every hype train level beyond level 4, actually, I will be adding an extra hype train level. It's weird. That's weird that this one is... Huh. Yeah. Bionic Man, thank you for the 8 months.
Our illustrious champion.
Okay, what are we missing now? Okay,
Welcome home.
200, just not enough. Why not? Why are we not getting 500? Seriously, 500. What else are we missing? That one, 100 of those, I guess. But seriously. Okay, and then requested chests. You're on the way to Gleba with those 50 requested chests, but that's, I mean, sure. Also, if you win a hype train, you also get your name on a glorious little spaceship. Hey, look at that. It's working. It's dipping. Why is it dipping? That science again. We just can't keep up. Why? Oh, that's not great. On the way 1,000, and this one on the way 20,000. Okay. Yeah, that's something. But this we burned through all of our stuff here. I don't think I need this because I want it to be done. Or so shouldn't you be leaving now? No, you're leaving when this one lands. Then you go out. Yeah, kind of sucks. It just needs like one inbound. I don't know if 15 is enough to see that. And Tolman, I'd not want to doom a spaceship with my name. Well, a lot of people have doomed the spaceships with their names before you. So have no fear. Is the 5,900 bits to complete level 2 in addition to the bits level 1 or total bits? It's what is needed to complete the next level from right now. You can see that as the 200 bits was added, then it decreased by 200 bits. So it is remaining.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome.
So again, why is this one not being dropped down? Satisfaction is 1400 out of 2000. Available on planet, nothing, but it's not dropping. There's clearly enough dropping mechanisms here. There are clearly enough receiving mechanisms here. I don't get it. It's just not working. Tiramisu, thank you for the 19 months of Prime. And then Eronimus with some gift subs. Thank you, Eronimus, with some 5 gift subs. Getting us a little bit closer. And then Warren, good to see you with the 43 months.
Welcome home.
Alright, so now we need 5 subs in for if we want to complete level 2 or 2,200 bits. Yeah. So it's just not working, right? 64 Ranger, thank you for the 5 months. Now it's 4 remaining. Dude in the Park, saving the train. Thank you, Dude in the Park. Much appreciated with the 5 gift subs. I make space to take out more clever science on the novice hub. The missing legendaries is now reducing the belt size. That is actually true. But there's still a problem. Like it's not here. But it is actually a bigger problem than I'd care to admit. Because then I do this, but then it's still only 1 in here. I think we can fix it because we did do that logic at some point. That one is jammed because it's waiting for more legendary signs. I can set these as something. This is set requests. I don't want to set request. I want to read what's in the box. Oh crap. What the hell do we do then? I guess I can monitor the belt. This is 100% gonna jam, right? Let's try that. That is 100% gonna jam. There's no way it's not gonna jam. Remove the cargo pads on the left. Well, I can remove one of them, yeah. But then I break symmetry. Read the network. Oh yeah, read the network, yeah. I think read network, that's a good point. That's a good point. Let's do that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, if the cargo tracked that out of the network, that's true. It's true. But basically what I should be doing is saying, if... okay, so what I think I want is one of them will always be fixed like this. These will be fixed. And then the other ones will be changed. And that is if the amount of legendary in here is greater than, I don't know, 100. Yeah, okay, it's not gonna work. Then output legendary. Because what happens is now is that if there's legendary, it outputs legendary. But as soon as there is no legendary, because it's all been moved in here, then these ones will also change and then therefore not export because they're exporting from that block. Oh, the hype train is completed it. Oh, fuck me. We forgot to hype the hype train. 20, it always happens. I focus on the game for 4 minutes and then the hype train dies. So 20 subs to complete level 3 or we are dead. Damn. You're on Glabber. Why are you not exporting this? You should be. It should be working now. It's so weird. Oh, there you go. Okay, got most of it. And that was the train. Thank you for joining on the hype train. Too bad we couldn't get any further today. Let's see. I can just make that, right? Yeah. It should be next to these, but it's not, so. Oh well. There we go. That should get rid of the last bits. Very important that I hand feed these. Oh. Yeah. Now I can trash the rest. And we have nothing else that is... Nothing is not working. Good. I am writing through a translator. The text may be inaccurate, I apologize, but I have a question. I'm looking for a mod. Maybe someone knows the name. That seems like a weird thing to come into my channel to say. Why didn't you just post it on the Factorio Discord if that's what you're asking? Okay, so these are fully saturated. Weirdly enough, this is fully saturated. Weirdly, yeah. Yeah. Okay, oh, that is supposed to be fully... I don't know. Are they working? Why are they not working? Steel. Damn steel. Okay, so the steel is the issue. We can't get enough steel in here from this one. You know, this can send in more, then it's not really... So now it's actually constrained by the amount of charging or lending pads we have here. Like, this is the constraint now. It helps up here. It would help because this is the cargo pads that's... I need a lot more. Right, it is really this part that's the constraint. Like, they are queued up. There we go. 0 on the way. A little still 6 rockets on the way. Still 1 rocket on the way. There we go. Still 1 rocket on the way. And then we go. Come on, rocket. Yeah, adding more space to the ship would be a good idea for this particular thing. The problem is that I can't get legendary science going on Gleba. It's just too difficult. I would need 10 of these builds. Like this is 4 builds, but I need 10 of those builds, and I can't even keep up with the steel going into to 4 of them. So multiply this by 2.5, then it's a lot. It's kind of a lot of everything that needs to go in just to keep it flowing. And ultimately, this is the one that has to keep flowing. And we want to see here, these are the ones where it says nothing is inbound. Nothing. Well, we still haven't figured out. I mean, this is just so frustrating to see this just not working. Ah. Now we get the steel inbound finally. But honestly, I mean, we have... Each of these is requesting 1,000 steel, and there's 4 here. So plus 4 is that's 16. So just like that, 16,000 steel is being requested. And we're getting 24,000 in on each cycle. So obviously it's not going to cut it. But let's take our ship and cut it to pieces once it's done here. Available on planet. Just can't keep up. Can't unload fast enough. Can't. I mean, this is not unloading at max speed. This is certainly not loading at the max speed. So there's just something wrong. Like there's something that's not working. And this is the part that's really frustrating, is that it's why I kind of lost interest in it when I played it last week, was that I did all the calculations, I did all the things, and it still was just running in against some hidden bottleneck that I can't overcome. Because this is not the maximum capacity for these. It certainly isn't. And neither is the max capacity here. This is not the max capacity this is launching by. Okay, that's the last one, and off we go. So yeah. But importing steel, bad idea when you can make small iron bacteria factory and cast steel from foundries with productivity. I don't think the battery bacteria is a great idea. I mean, it might be better than I think, but on Volcanus we're making it on like this one here, which is making 900 per second. So obviously I can't really launch it 900 per second, and I can't really transport 900 per second, but you know, it's not the production capacity. It is, and it's not the transport capacity either. It is exclusively the dropping from orbit capacity. And I hate that, because that shouldn't be a capacity, but it is. So my constraint is a bug in Factorio. I could optimize around that bug, but it's still a fucking bug that constrains us from getting the maximum we want. And that's just a really... It's more than a little frustrating, to be honest. So, yeah. I'm not going to try. I'm going to take this one and... Wow, that's a pretty big disaster. I don't know what's going on. Oh, they're still coming in. That can't be a problem, right? That's not really going to be an issue for us. That's going to be the same. So, oh, frick. Damn it. I can't do this because... I'll have to redesign it then. Okay, so let's not do that. That was a gigantic mistake. We are fucked. Okay, so we are stranded now. Crap. I don't save scum, so... Can you hardlock yourself on the spaceship? No, because it kind of drifts back to a location, and it might get destroyed, but it's not locked. It's just dead if you make enough mistakes. Like I'm doing now. Let's get that in here. Woo, it's got wings. And did you drop that off here? Drop that off as well. More of that. And then we go to the one that we wanted. You should be getting that inbound. Yes, please. It's a little bit risky because right now we don't have any protection. So when this one hits, it's gonna be bad. Shoot! Laser! Laser! Shoot, damn you! Crap. Phew. Okay, something shot it at the last second. Phew. Why is this not coming in? Please? Pretty please, with sugar on top. They get in here. Ah, there we go. Lasers online. Okay, so let's not do that again. So let's do down here. Yoink. Well, the thrust is not going anywhere. Oh. Oh, right. Okay, I cut too much. Yeah? Good. And then let's... There. So what are we now added? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 24 additional. Yeah, that was a lot better way of doing it. And now I can take my break. Cool. Let's take the break while this ship is shipping. Oh, let's go back to looking at the ship. Oops. Alright, be back in 2 minutes. Alright, welcome back. So, ship is built! Yay! Probably not as fast, but maybe it'll work better now. Well, we can also just go a little bit bigger then. We can do 4, at least. 24,000 is launching, but I need 32. Damn. And something is launching. This one is just getting 8,000, which is good. Right. Can you set the landing pad request much higher? But only when the hub is below its desired amount. Maybe it'll stop. It's a weird thing. It's not using the full capacity, and therefore when you have large amounts of requests and large amounts of in each request, then it just doesn't work. It should be looking like this, but it doesn't. It looks blah, blah. So there's some pairing of the landing pads on the ground with the landing pads in orbit when there are multiple ships, multiple requests, multiple ship loads of each. It doesn't pair up correctly. And therefore the capacity is much lower than it should be. Off we go. Glebalicious. Now it'll be a lot slower. It was almost 500 before, but I guess it's almost 500 now as well. Okay. 480, and then it'll get exactly 500. It was like 485 or something. You also have more on Gleba. It doesn't really matter if we have more on Gleba. If it's not working, the problem is it's not working. It's not, yeah. Okay, so right now you can see that there's 0 available on the planet. There's 24,000 available in the sky. Why is nothing dropping down? Why is nothing dropping down? Why is nothing dropping down? Well, this one might be okay because it's requesting, but here we have 22,000 sitting in orbit and it's just not dropping. You'd expect these to be like all receive, 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 but it's like receiving one and another one there. So it's clearly not using the capacity that is available, and that's a problem. On the way, we can increase this. This might actually be a thing. On this, where is it? Here, that one. We'll increase that. 8,000? No, that's actually way more. Let's do 4 times as much. Because I want it. Go. Let's see if that changes up on the spaceship. Does it come in quicker? There we go. That got launched. Good. Major bug regarding platform unloading that tried to analyze the bug. The one that was made by Konoke or some Konage or something, I don't know. Yeah, saw that. Let's keep it running for a little bit, and also let's make sure that the one that is belonging to here, Mutatio, you are going to be picking up from. Let's pick up 20 of those legendaries from here. Go. That means eventually it'll get more. Let's have a look. It's just honestly, I think it's a little bit of a clumsy system here. Why it has trash unrequested? Why does it then not have trash those? But whatever. Yeah. So still a little bit of an issue on the steel. Let's take a look at the ship here. Are you happy? 17,000 en route. Love that sound. Yoink. Is still much of anything going on for Gora? Most have been removed to volcanoes. Yes, for Gora has one purpose, and that's the holmium stuff. And anything that's not the holmium that is irrelevant to build there. Unfortunately, but that's how it is. Okay, so it's receiving. It still seems to be constrained by these. But that might be like the first time because it just did a major unload. Available in Rocket Silo is still 12,000, so this is really nice. Like how easily are coming inbound. These ones. Yeah, I think this is the main issue that I was talking about before, that cannot be controlled. So what I have up here is, here, I have all of these. They want to request blue circuits, but they're requesting them here because you can't put them in manually. So, or automatically. So they are set to automatic here, so they're requested, but there is no priority to say that these ones should be requesting, but not these ones. These ones will end up requesting some blue circuits, which will then fly from this location down here, instead of just constraining it to saying these are the only ones that will export. And there's no way of preventing that. And you did. Why you did. Space science. Damn, okay. Let's get some simple ones. You're not exactly running back. We need a better ship for this as well. That might be another little fun trial here. Okay, now we're receiving something. That's good to see. Really nice to see that. Shipping out. Okay, maybe it's getting better. Satisfaction is... There we go. There we sent the last of it out. Okay. Okay, so it is bringing a little bit of this back again. Let's monitor this one on... Should be even higher, otherwise the ship will wait too long. So maybe 8x. Don't know. Shit. Oh. Yeah, that's X's. But there's only 12,000 en route now. Why only 12,000? Well, 12,000 is a lot, actually. That's 40 rocket silos. Yeah, rockets, I don't know. It doesn't really feel like it. Maybe it is scaling. It's just me being too cautious? I don't know. Or too modest. I'm looking at 40 rocket silos and then thinking, damn, that's not enough. But maybe I should be thinking 100 rocket silos. But it also just feels wrong, doesn't it? It feels wrong that I would have to have 100 rocket silos. It seems like there should be something else to do. Make it locally. I know, but not everything can be made locally. Or should be. It's also like space age, so if you don't use the space age for anything, then it also seems a little bit weird, doesn't it? Is this working? Yes, this is up to 223,000. Eh. And this one should be able to run consistently. Right? This takes forever to get here. Like the launching thing takes way too long. The loading. Missing the problem here. Is it about a bug present with logistics or something deeper in the expansion? It's a little bit of both. Maybe the bug is not as bad, or maybe it's not even there. And maybe it's because of the scale that I'm building that most people would probably not have this issue. It's because I'm in a position where I'm consuming. Let's just actually just see. $400 steel per second and 400 blue circuits per second. And those numbers are just not very good to bring on spaceships. Like that's, or by robots for that matter. Refuse to drop the plans before. Is that what you're seeing? No, I'm just seeing it. It's a little bit too slow. But isn't this classic mega basing? I don't know. Yes, kind of. It's kind of the same as we're used to with trains being a really limiting factor, and you need like really big trains and you need them sort of end to end and just keep flowing. But here I feel that the problem is a little bit more fundamental, because on trains in vanilla or in the base game with trains, you can see all the parameters. So yeah, you need to load things onto the trains, and then as fast as you can load it, that's capped, but you can load it and then they can leave. Okay, so you can make longer trains and load them in parallel. Fine. But here you have this artificial constraint that it takes 30 seconds from the rocket launches to it actually appears. And then you have another part that you can't control the blue circuits where they're going, so you'd have to design the entire... No, it doesn't matter. Like, there is no way to prevent this. There's no way to prevent... Like, this is how it should be. I want the blue circuits to go in here, launch. Perfect. Except that's not what happens. Because I bet some of these are also going to send up some blue circuits. I don't know. They should be. They should be, because there's nothing preventing them from doing that. Yeah, here, blue circuits. They should not be exporting blue circuits, because I need my dedicated stuff doing blue circuits, because that's dedicated to it. But that means, because here the flight time is really low, but as soon as I can't rely on this, then I don't have a deterministic system. This one I can say, this can launch X per second. Awesome, it's enough. But as soon as this is not constrained, as in this one is fully constrained, I produce it, it can only go in here because it's belted. So I know exactly how much it can produce, and if it's enough, it's enough. If it's not enough, I can just copy paste it here. I can't do that with blue circuits because they have to be transported with robots, and because they're transported with robots, that means all sorts of other rockets on the planet will also start getting blue circuits, which means I may be able to launch everything at once, but one of them, just one of them, is coming from a random location, random rocket silo far away, and there's no way for me to prevent it. And if it does, then we just add 2 minutes of loading time for the spaceship, and that means we can't get a reliable transfer speed. Like, that's never gonna happen with trains, but it cannot be prevented with spaceships. Add a few buffer chests close to the rocket silos. How complicated would it be to build it on lava? Yes, it would be absolutely atrocious, because you don't have lava to build it. Then you'd have to build bacteria. It's really, 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 really bad. Is make it separate logistics network. That doesn't matter. Tallman, it doesn't matter. It is separate logistics network, but it doesn't matter, because you can't request from a specific logistics network. You request from the planet. This is a separate logistics network, so they don't transfer it. But anything that's inside this logistics network, you can see there's 41,000 here. But in the other network, there's also some blue circuits. Not a lot, but as long as there's more than 300, these will also be picked up. So there is no way to prevent this. Buffer chests, sure, that might alleviate the problem. And I think it's honestly a good idea to do buffer chests, but I hate that it has to be like... I honestly think that's a good idea. I can't believe I'm saying that. Because that would mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 3. That's 2,000. So this one should be 4,200 blue circuits in a buffer chest. Yep. That is one hell of a shitty workaround. Just so that they're minimizing the travel distance. It's just a bandage, but it will work. Yes, it's the bandage. I'm not sure that it'll work correctly, flawlessly, perfectly. Oh shit, that was fast. These ones disappear. So this is why I've kind of lost hope or lost interest in Factorio, because I can't keep scaling. There are just some fundamental tabs that we can't really get beyond, and that's just really frustrating. So and then not all of them are completely unsolvable, but they would require me to restart, basically, rethink every planet in a different way, and then you can kind of mitigate something that's fundamentally just honest. I'm not gonna say bad design, but it's like it's not intended for this, and that's why I'm kind of because I'm getting to the point where it's equivalent to optimizing for UPS. It's not fun for me to optimize for UPS. It's just frustrating because you're fighting the game mechanics, and I don't want to be fighting the game mechanics. I want to use and exploit and stretch them, but not sort of just straight up. Just it's not going to work. So that's why. Snatter, thank you for the 3 months.
Steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Yeah, if you could, it would be nice if you could manually load the blue, or you could belt load or insert a load the blue stuff. These 3 things up here. It's one of those things where they had this problem. They talked about it. They went like, it's fine. It can't be that big of a deal. But then it is a big deal. So those are the kind of things, the lag time from launching a rocket to lands on the spaceship, then the time it takes from it drops off from the spaceship to it lands on the planet. Those 2 buffers mean that you need to, time buffers mean that you need to transport a hell of a lot more. You can say that, yeah, sure. You can say that if you're producing enough, if you're launching enough, if you're transporting enough, then everything should be fine, except that you suddenly have to put in giant buffers around everything because of it's a lag in the system, which is corresponding, I guess, supposed to the lag of trains driving from A to B, but you can time that, or you can oversaturate it. So it's not unsolvable. It's just really uncool to solve it, I think. I think that might be it, right? That might actually be it, because I think that this is not the right way to solve it, honestly. I think 4 ships that are smaller is a better way. How do you make the yellow chest not overflow? I build more. If you mean like these, I just build more. So it's not a... And then, of course, if there are some things that sort of accumulate, and you can once in a while go like, oh yeah, 191,000 legendary spoilage. Should I do something about that? Maybe. Fulgora also has a tendency sometimes to just be a little bit silly. 352,000 legendary holmium plates. Volcano's probably also a little bit silly. 489,000 legendary tungsten plates. And yeah, so they are a little bit silly. Maybe we would hope that everyone would transfer to blue sockets eventually. No, they can't. They can't, because they don't work like that. You can't use legendary blue sockets here, so... The platform being slow to receive, I'm pretty sure, is because you don't have enough cargo base on the platform. And as far as planets being slow, you should watch the video. Can't just now. Was trying to get you to watch. I'm aware that there is a problem, and I am aware that some people say that you can fix it with circuits, and other people say you can't fix it with circuits. But either way, I'm not going to be destroying my logistics system in order to alleviate a bug. So maybe I'll watch it, but it's kind of, I'm kind of disillusioned about it, to be honest. It's kind of annoying to me that I can't do what I feel is logical to do. Holy shit, these are fast. I can't even click that there. It's not that complex. I disagree, but if it's the stuff I saw, then it is very complex. Of just having different requests, taking all your requests out and then having them sort of filtered and then iterated through and pushed in and one at a time. It's like, no. TS IJ Ben, thank you for the prime. Multiple times because there is a better solution. Sure. Hispanics will simply ask for stuff less often but in huge batches. Which means that you're just adding more buffers. Like, I don't know how to say this. I don't want to... Okay, and this is... I don't want to. It starts there. I'm not saying it's impossible. I've designed a system that works well within the rules of the game. Now it turns out the rules of the game break in the extreme scenarios because inefficient design in large-scale issues. Sure, that's like Newtonian gravity breaks down around black holes. It's an extreme scenario, sure. So what are we going to do about it? Okay, I could start optimizing away everything else just to work on my non-Newtonian theory of gravity. Or I could go like, that can't be what I need to do. Like, I should be able to use my Newtonian gravity system also in this case. And you're saying, no, it's around a black hole. You should get some more advanced. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want to. And if that requires me to then I don't have an interest in it. I just don't have an interest in having designed a clean system that works and then seeing that it breaks because of constraints that are made by the game that means that it doesn't scale very well. Then I'm like, sorry, fix it, and then I'll replay it at that point. So that's doubt all science and go live and learn. Yes. Wouldn't extreme scenarios require extreme solutions? Sure. That everything is perfectly fine, but it's the same as sitting there and having your 10,000 inserters hooked up to a clock so that they don't swing when they need to, but they swing only a little bit and then they go in rest mode. I don't find that to be fun. It is an extreme amount of effort in order to save a few UPS, and it's just not the way I want to play this game. And if that means that I get to a point where in order to keep playing the game and keep scaling up, I have to play that way, fine. I'm just kind of hitting the boundary of I don't want to play that game because I don't want to be sitting here doing optimization against things that are improperly designed. So not saying it can't be done, just saying that's not the game I play. I play the game for like simple systems that combine into, simple rules that combine into solving complex logistical issues. That's the beauty of Factorio, is that you have some really simple mechanics of logistics requesters and trains and orbital requests, and those are really simple and they're easy to understand. And if you can understand them, you can design a system that can solve really complex logistics. Awesome. But if you have to design a really complex system to solve the 0.1 case, then it's fine. You do that. I don't. So that's basically where I'm kind of exploring that space and seeing if it's me or if it really is necessary to do that kind of optimization. And as I find out that it seems to be necessary to do this kind of optimization, I'll just be like, okay, cool. Probably not going to be going into that time. So, but I'm sure that SF Hobbit will do that. Hello, Mojo. Good to see you. So it's a choice. And I choose that kind of game is not the one I want to play. So that means that some things we can see how far we can get. And we will then also see that, okay, it's just stuttering. It's just not. Like, it's getting better, but it can't be really perfect here. Okay, this one's coming back. I think I want to design the spaceship though. Leave when they reach 90% of requests instead of waiting. Nope, you can't. There's very, very little stuff you can do up here in orbit for these things. Like, you can't say that it's loading only specific things or only it's not loading from a planet from this location. You can set that kind of here, but can't say what logistics network it's loading from. You know, there's a lot of things that would be nice, right? So we have a Magmarel ship. So that's the one we're going to be working on. So new Prometheum science ship. I think we'll do a new Prometheum science ship. I think that's going to be a fun, not necessarily a Prometheum science ship, but more of a giant spaceship. The underbug is fixing the next release. Good. Yeah. That's also, this is the other part of it. If it's a game that you know it's never going to get patched, then you kind of have to live with it. This is Factorio, and you can expect that if people will find and define it as a bug, then they will also actually fix it. So, yeah. So, what are we going to do with our next spaceship? So, let's talk about this one. This works great, but I have been previously saying that it's fine, I can just build more of these. But the fact is, I can't actually build more of these, because if I had 2 of these running back and forth, then I can't control if they end up back on Nauvis at the same time. And if they end back on Nauvis at the same time, then I don't have 15,000 eggs required, I have 30,000, and then it kind of messes up, because it'll launch to 15,000 and the other 15 will be like, plus I can't control which ship gets it, so they'll come in, they'll both request 15,000, and the one will get 9,000 and the other one will get 6,000, and they're both going to be like, oh, I'm waiting, and biters start spawning. So I can't have multiple ships with this mechanic, with the mechanic of they go back, they get stuff, and they go out again. So that's not working. Again, limitation on what we can do here. It's totally fine. That's just how it is. So I could make it, if I then just added twice as many rocket silos on Nauvis with biters, like these ones, that would mean that when the one ship comes in, twice as much would be tried to send up, and half would be sent up and the other half would be sent for destruction, and then the other ship comes in, and then it's still going to be the same problem. So it's not really solvable. Then the only way that I could solve it, as I see it, would be like saying this one only activates when the request is 1,000 or more. This one is only requesting when it's 2,000 or more, 3,000, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, so that I have additional ones down here that only activate when it's 17,000 or 18,000 or 19,000. And yeah, I guess that could work, but it's not going to work, because as soon as they start saturating, then the request will be dropped, and then the one with 18,000 will never be activated, because now it's not 18,000, it's actually 14,000, because there's already been something saturated, damn it. So that doesn't work either. So that means this system doesn't work. So another system we could do is a system that is going out, collecting a lot of Prometheum, coming back and parking over Nauvis and just processing. And once it's done processing, it ejects all the remaining eggs and then flies out. That could be a thing, but can we? We cannot conditionally. Fuck, we can't do that. Okay, we can't make the ship park over Nauvis and not request anymore. It'll always request, and that's a problem. So I can't be like, oh, if you already have, if you don't have any Prometheum chunks, don't request eggs. I can't do that. because again, there's no conditions here. Can you, well, actually you can set a request here. Send to platform, no. No, I can only send to platform, I can't set request here. Yeah. Because if there was one of these that was set request, then it would be valid, possible. If you're willing to double the silos, you can't make them recognize their ship. Nope. Like rare destruction planners. Yes, you're right. You're right. That's actually a really good idea. So I built, just to explain that idea, I built 15 silos and I built 15 silos. And these 15 silos only activate when there's a request for 15,000 eggs and rare quality deconstruction planner. And these ones are requesting when there's 15,000 or more requests and rare quality upgrade planner. Like, I don't like that. Ugh. You can drop eggs as soon as you leave Navis and leave Navis as soon as you don't have any stuff to create signs. Yes. Except, I was thinking the same thing, and in order for this one to keep working, so having it in orbit working, we are now consuming, we would like to consume 86 eggs per second. That means in order for me to sort of be able to process these eggs fast enough, I would need like a lot of eggs. That means the buffer would probably be like, hey, request 15,000 eggs and just keep requesting. Just go. Get me 15,000 eggs up here immediately. That means that as soon as we don't have any Prometheum chunks, that would be the condition. As soon as Prometheum chunks equals 0, depart. Then I still have, I'm not going to depart until all the 15,000 eggs are arrived on the ship. Why? Because they will now be desynchronized. Because I've just been producing, so they'll be sort of, oh, another 500 launched, another 500 launched, another 500 launched. The first 500 has arrived, next 500 launched. So it won't sort of cut off and leave. It'll be keep having the requests, and that means it will always have to go all the way up to 15,000 and then leave and then start emptying, which I just like, or 10,000 or whatever, which I just like, objectively don't like. But yes, we'll just have to throw them away. So I think that what we, yeah, sounds bad but works, yes. So I think that we will not take eggs out. We will simply go out and then go really far out, which means that I do need basically the same processing, but not very much, because that processing only happens back on Navis, which means some of it is going to be the same. But that means we need a lot more storage, like a lot more storage, which means I probably need to design a new storage. Like, I like this because it's like, 20,000, that's fine, plus 5,000 floating around, that's 25,000, let's just go back. But I think I need more. When ship meet conditions to depart, stop sending stuff. How am I going to do that? How is the ship going to tell the rocket silos to stop launching stuff that is requested by the ship? Because I can't make the ship stop requesting it. In a way, it's flattering that you managed to drive the game to these things. Thank you. It's not, it's, yeah. Okay, so, thank you. It's more, what are we gonna do? How's the ship gonna be different? First of all, it's gonna be much wider, like twice as wide, I think. Because this is a nice width, but it needs more. Then we're gonna keep these closer, because they're actually, when we get a little bit further out, these cannot keep up. You can already see now we're losing some of the chunks here. So we're gonna build a pattern that is probably 1, 3, 1 or 1, 4, 1. Probably 1, 4, 1, I think. Yeah, more grabbers in front, absolutely, and less along the side. None of these are actually working, but we'll do a little bit here. Like they sort of slide in a little bit, but it needs to be much wider. Then we need to design. When ship meet condition to depart, silos stop sending stuff. It doesn't. It doesn't work like that. You should know that. It doesn't work like that. If there's something that is en route, then when the ship meets conditions, yes. No, not conditions to depart. No. They will get stuck on the depart mode where it's pointing towards the next one and not departing because it's waiting for things. I'll show you. It's there. Showed you. It's not departing. It's waiting for all the stuff that's en route. And they'll keep going as long as there's a request. You can't cancel a rocket that's already been launched or even getting ready to launch. Correct. Total 500,000 chunks. I think I need to go back from this. I think we need to go back to, oops. For now is to build. Huh? Oh, trash lots. To keep that as low as possible, maybe it's only 5k. Yeah, and if it's 10k, it's also fine. We can deal with that. We can unload 10k eggs really easy or really fast. It'll take 2 minutes, I think, roundabout. Come on, come on. It doesn't leave. See? Rocket is still launching, even though I have set the departure condition. And all the requests are full. Then it won't stop me from arriving. So. So now we're moving. And then we're gonna dropping off on novice. Okay, so let's do some silly designs here. We're gonna do that. I'm just gonna grab this one. New building that's tileable. The thing is, I don't need it to be infinitely tileable, but I need it to be better than the junk I have. And it's a hard balance to strike. Because I know there is a infinitely tileable option for it. I like the idea of this. I don't know what I would do different to make it like fundamentally better. I think this is kind of it, right? But this is not infinitely tileable. This is just pretty tileable. Because now this one doesn't tile anymore. That one would have to go here. And then you would have to be here. And then you would have to be... okay. And then you could be here. Whoops. And you could be here. And then that's a conflict between these two. But then that's like this. And then you can't go there. So no matter what. This one can land in these two. This one can land in these two. And this one can land in these two. So this is about as much as we can get. We can also Day Public Holiday. Wish me luck. Alright. Thank you for the hype train. Hopefully things won't break like they did with 150 people that lost power during the storm. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, there's a max reach and there is a tileable thing. And this is the max reach, but I don't know what the tileable thing is. But the other and maybe more interesting thing is doesn't matter that much, because there's another problem with this, and that is the capacity of this is 15. So we also have to consider that space on a spaceship is actually not at a premium. It's okay if it takes a lot of space. So like making it super optimal may not be as necessary as making it good. Yeah, exactly. Maybe ditch the yellow and stick with the red. Yeah, that's kind of also what I was kind of alluding to. Because then, like, hey, I have a pretty tileable pattern, and that's this one. Pretty damn tileable. Right? That's pretty neat, and it's at least 30 per second, which is nice. Like, this has the distinct advantage that it's super simple to deal with. Like, complete tile it as much as you want the other way. Or even 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then do it this way. I don't know if you can compact it more, but then you lose some in one direction to gain something in the other direction. So like something like this seems like a pretty good. That the resonance. Now, what does resonance mean? Resonance. Crazy that the people wanting to watch. I mean, like on Twitch in general, or on this stream. This stream, not so much. Surprise. Yeah, chat is vibrating. I know. I'm like, maybe I'm not understanding what you're saying, but resonance is not a word that I would use in this context. Yeah. Honestly, this is a module. So we need to figure out how much can be in this module, right? Could you not have a fast inserter put like max of 20 chunks into a platform hub and have a slower inserter take it out to the assembly machine and request 10 chunks from Navis so you could detect when the ship is out of chunks on Navis? Stop the rockets out. There are no chunks on Navis. Chunks do not go on Navis because they can't be brought back to space and you have to build it in space. So, okay. Do I lose anything by not having this at max direction, max speed, reach? No, not really. I don't think I lose anything by doing that. It's just, it costs more, but okay. So each of these can stay in. We'll have to sort of consider that it's positioned like this, which means this one has one belt full, and this one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay. So they're all. This one is 6, this one is 6, and this one's 6. So it's 6 to 18. So this part is 18 tiles worth. Plus, of course, the fact that it goes under. So there's. This one is not doubled, but underneath this one there's a green line, a blue line, and a green line. So under every single one of these middle tiles, there are 3 undergrounds below it. That means each one of these tiles count as 4 normal tiles, which means I just count how many entities. That is something. Damn it. 20, 20, 40, 70, 72, 84. Is that 84? Yes, 84. So this is 84 entities. Actually, that's the wrong way of looking at it. It should be these 60 entities count as quadruple entities. That means it's 60, that's 240 plus whatever is out here, that's 12 plus 12. So 240 plus 24? Plus, damn it. Good. So 264. 264, and then each tile can contain 8. That means this module would then store 2,100. Okay, Fladdy, we got the same number. Now, I don't know. Like, that means this plus this is 4,000 plus half of that. Then let's kind of compare it to the existing one. That's basically the same size. So the other one was 5,000 and this one's also 5,000. So it's pretty much the same thing. While this one has the advantage that the throughput is 30 per second, this one only had 15. And the other advantage is that this one is tileable ad nauseum, except it's going out in a different direction that it's coming in. That's not actually a problem. It can tile vertically too. Oh, I like where you're going. Basically like this. Don't know if I want that. Also, we do need like a loop on the other end. But let's think about this from a spaceship perspective, right? Let's use this spaceship as a. We are not going to store it up here. God damn that! Kind of have to. Let's think about it in a different way. We're gonna have the front. This is where 95% of all our resources are coming in. They need to come in not on one belt, but on many belts and just kind of flow downwards. How many belts? Could we just say 2 on either side? And then say our throughput in storage and all that stuff is, if we can have 2 belts of that's 60, so 120, 110. So if I can have 240 streaming in, then I'm gonna be happy, right? Down the sides. Not the middle, because then it's gonna go in conflict with this and power and all that stuff. And also storage. So it'll go down the middle or down the sides, wherever it can, and then go behind all the storage area, and then probably also behind all of the construction area, and then down here we'll just have like a massive storage of, yeah, like this, where I will actually have to make 4 separate storage, and they will just kind of have a problem, because here's the next issue. If I just bring them down here and then they just get stored, how are we going to bring it back? Because we then need to bring it back up in the middle towards 1 or maybe even 2 of these, probably just 1. Standing here in the middle, that will be processing all the stuff that comes in. You need 8 of those modules. What modules? Down the side and back up the middle. That's kind of, it's just going to be really constraining to a lot of things. There is the benefit of this part. It's just saying like all the build is behind and all the storage is in front. Since the storage is going to be big, then that might not be the best, but it is up front that we're getting it. So there is a really good logic to saying collection, storing, processing, returning. That's such a nice one. Instead of saying collecting, transporting, storaging, transporting, processing, returning. 8 times build weave modules to get, what do you mean build? Ah, okay. Oh, right, 8 of those modules. Yes, of course, that's true. How many ships do I have? A lot. Change how curve belts work. I remember that seeing once tested amount of entities in the curve belt, and it was like, yeah, you're right. You're right. I think you're right about that. Let's just see. This one is stacked. This one is not stacked. Then it's 9. Eight, 7, 8. Well, at least it's consistent. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. 8, 7, 8, 5. 8, 8, 7, 7. How the hell is this 5? It's still 5. But this is not 5. What about stack belts? Are they also fucked? Okay, so 32 is the right number. 24. 28. 20. 32. 28. 28. 20. 28. 28. 20. 28. I don't know why. in the front and side when you need a wide ship? Because it is, then I'm going to be constrained, or then I let my storage needs dictate the width of the ship, and I don't think that's correct. I think I set the width of the ship to the width of the ship that I need, and then I set the length of the ship as much as I need for storage. Because I might build it and I go like, this is 100,000 storage, I really need 500,000, and then I just multiply the length of the ship by 5, which is easy. No more thrusters, no more defenses, no more production, no more nothing. But if I have to then multiply the width of the ship by 5, then it's also more thrusters and it's more ammunition. So that's why I don't want to be building it on the side. How much more do you get from storing on belts on legendary? At least 10 to 1, yes. Something like that. Like, this one is not stacked and you can't stack chunks, so this is 8. On a belt is 8. On an underground, here, for example, this one, you both have the underground belt storing 8, plus the one on top is storing 8. But a legendary box is only 4x4, legendary landing pad, and that is, so even if I don't stack anything, this one would be 16 tiles, so 16 times 8. But the actual landing pad thing here, this one only stores 50, so I'm already without. It's 2.5 times as much just from belts, so belts are better than storage. You can get infinite storage if you rotate back and forth. What? Ooh, this is now 40. 40. It peaks at 40. There. Not infinite, but oh, actually it does kind of push a little bit in here. 48. Yeah, you're right, actually. You can. It's a little bit specific. That's how you get really slow moving belts. That's probably why when it tries to fix itself by decompressing and then suddenly it gets stuck. Yeah, okay. Anyway, well, that's good to know, but let's forget we learned that fact and then just ignore it. This is the one we have. It's dead. This is what we're going to use. How would that work from... Let's say that it comes from the top. Then this would actually have to be like one belt inbound. Like this, right? But then... Yeah, it is... Oh, this is not as easy as I thought it was. I knew this start and end would be horrible. How much? Down, 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 down. Rotate, 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 rotate. That really should be here. Or it shouldn't be. I don't know. This is then the inbound. And then... But what about you? Where are you coming from? That's the problem, right? This one's coming in here. But how does it go from the red one that ends down there? Then it has to go into some other one. Okay, so this one goes down, 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 yes. Mm-hmm. And then... red goes back up, 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 and go around, go back down here, and that means you're also like this. And the green one, I'm gonna need to change these a million times, but let's just try to get a sense of it. And then that goes down here. Right, so even though I could do this part, do that tileable like that. Try again. So from down here, it just cycles back up. And that means, honestly, my issue is that I would need, let's say, this is the inbound. So it goes on the green line, comes out on this green line, and then what? Then it has to go maybe like that. And then I'd have to turn the blue one around. And then the blue one would come out here. Then the blue one would have to go into the red one, and then the red one would go out there. That would actually work really well, but there is one corner missing here. So the blue one has to be turned around. Sucks. I'll do it manually because that's not gonna be a problem. Damn. Damn. Oh, it's all of them. Shit. And then you also. Damn. Yep. There's got to be a better way. Maybe? That's actually not the worst. But this one can then also continue further down, like get 3 more rows, get... Yeah. But where's the next problem? The next problem, where's the next problem? Everything is the next problem. Where does this start? This one just goes back and forth, but it has to start somewhere. No! Damn it. And then all of these have to be turned around. No. There you go. That one. So, now that is the output. Is that making it better? No. Now that's the output. The good thing about this output is that honestly it's kind of bad. Oh, that these are actually not supposed to... I don't even know what I'm supposed to do here. Because these belts should actually just jump into the next one. But that means... Shouldn't this kind of be repeatable? But it's not repeatable. There's something here that's a little bit iffy, right? And what am I actually doing? Should this be coming in as one belt and then splitting out to two? Or should these be in sequence? I don't know. I guess, like, this is the least good part. So that part should be as few times as possible. Which means it's better to have deep columns. Because then I repeat the best part of it. The top and the bottom are the worst ones. So I should have 8 lanes next to it. And that means... yes, okay, so let's think about that. You really want to go like that. And the problem with that is, what the hell is this side-by-side doing? Oh, hold on. The side-by-side is actually only on green belts, so if I could merge it back into the green belts, then maybe that's a thing. So what if I could... Flip! I know, it's not really a thing, but something like this. And then kind of say, hey, I get one green belt in, which will then start by getting split into 2 green belts that will then just run as far deep as possible, but they will at the end somehow merge back into one belt. So all of this is fine. It ends up here and here. And they just need to merge into one belt. Cool. How? Oh. Into 2 module sounds fine. Yeah, that's actually what I'm doing now. That's this. And then imagine that the middle part is just going to be replicated a lot. So that I'll have this one. The entrance top right is 1 tile too high. Entrance top right. This is top right. This is an exit. This one? Yeah, I mean, I haven't figured this one out. Because I will need to have this red line and this red line merged together, which, you know, I could do like that, but... I mean, maybe that's the way. I kind of feel that there's something about this middle thing here that if I could... I don't know. If I could merge it back in and drop it in and then go there, that would be fantastic. But I think it's better to come in from the side, because this one would then be here, go over here, merge back, in, merge the other way, and so on and so forth. I just need this to be here, which I guess is... I could do something like this again. Funny thing is, like, this is super compact, and then I just have dead space. It feels so bad. Put 2 space between the builds, between the green horizontal belts. Here. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Make a zigzag pattern in that space. Forgot my break? Yeah, I forgot my break. Like, the thing is also, you have to think about this as being something that repeats 4 times, which gives us the width of the ship, basically. That's the minimum width of the ship, is this one repeated 4 times, and then defenses and transport lines and all that stuff. Where's the outbound? This is the inbound. Where's the outbound? I don't know. The outbound is probably, it's going to be that one, right? Yeah, so that's another headache. That we'll get an outbound here, which we then need to get back up. That's fine. And then the other one will be mirrored around this, I think. Or maybe that will just go below and around the extra one, so that it'll be like 1, 2, 2 on the side, 2 on here, and in the middle we just have 4 belts going straight up back into the middle. That would also be nice, right? You can design it down is good with the current setup. Then I would have to have a setup where it goes in this space. And I just don't think that's a good idea, because I want it to be... It's much easier, I think, to just have it down here and go like... Scroll, 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 scroll down. But... yeah, anyway. Let's take a short break. And then see. I like this idea. It's a little bit simpler, so be back in 2 minutes. Complicated being getting involved. Okay. I think I like this. I like the idea. Let's superimpose it on this one. I will gather things up here, drag it down the sides, beyond all this the construction crap, and then beyond this, and then have the storage down here. The storage will then Actually, I think maybe I want the construction up here then, just to make a difference. So we kind of flip it. Anyway, it comes down the side. It goes into 4 columns. 1, 2, 3, 4 columns of storage that go blah, 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 as far as we want. And then at the end of the column, they go back in the middle and then go up. And then they go straight up into here, which means I'll need to get you at the bottom. That means I need to get these on the more on the side somehow. Sure. Okay. Yeah, you can't extend. There's a limit on the top of the hub, yes, but not at the bottom. Not at least a reasonably one. Good. So that's, which means that I want these builds here to be 1, 2. Okay, so let's see this one. So this is good. And that goes back, and then this one gets repeated. There. Somehow a little bit clunky this part, but okay. We'll also have to test it. Like, what the hell? How did that turn out so poorly? Then it has to be the other way around. Because now... Yeah, okay. Maybe it's also looking nicer this way. There you go. So you go in here, here, that one. Out. Yes. That's then the output. Yes. Good. Then this will be that way. Because that means I can take this one and multiply it and build it exactly the next to it. And then you go here, and these two will then go up. And then this will be mirrored like this. And that'll be the width of the ship. Ta-da! Which is good. And then it can be lengthened as much as I want downwards. Because then it's a tileable design. I like that. We have a tileable design, and then we can tile the middle part. So like, basically what I mean by that is this thing here. This thing tiles. So just take that, and then we just multiply it as much as we want for the ship that we wanted. It's a big ship, yes, but it also means that we now can start designing the ship with that width in mind. I need a measuring stick. Well, the measuring stick is called a blueprint. Huh, silly me. Okay, so let's go to Magmarel. I mean, if you look in the chat, then 100,000 bits, I think that Magmarel should be getting this ship here. Okay, it's a little bit small, so... Yet, there we go, Magmarel up there. Yeah. And two, and that means it's right now it's looking like it's gonna be 4 wide, right? And then if I look at blueprint, yeah, that looks very close to correct. Maybe a little bit less if we look at the side. Like what do we have here on the side? Do we need all this? Not need, but it's nice. And I'm gonna keep this pattern here, and then just make sure that we can have 2 lanes going down here. I don't know if this is the right shape, but let's just plop it down and then go. Then it's perfect. Well, sometimes, right? Do you only target the biggest trucks with railguns? No, I shoot everything. Second belt. Yeah, but the second belt is going to be sneaking. I'm going to have less of these. We're not going to need all these. So I'm going to be taking it so that they can jump over the rockets here. So it'll be like 1, 2 in between, I think. But it's a problem. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Why don't you just go up and down instead of left and right? If the length is infinite, why don't you just go up and down instead of left and right? Left to right. You mean with this design? Because it tiles in that way. It tiles infinitely this way. Also could tile infinitely the other way, but I don't know. It's I don't know understand the question, because no matter which way I tile, then no, I want the infinitely tileable direction up down to be in the infinitely capacitive direction up down. So that's why I'm doing it that way. Okay, let's keep that one out here. You don't need the green underground from left to right. Green underground from left to right. Here? Or what? Or here? I don't know. The green underground from left to right. I have that. Like, I don't need it. This is storage, so I do need it. Ronick, curious, what does belt weaving like this accomplish? I will show you. Here. Chunks. These annoying things, they don't stack Prometheum chunks. So you can have 8 on a belt, but since they don't stack, they also take up 1 tile each. And that means even a legendary box here, legendary, whatever that's called, cargo bay, can only take 50, which means it's 50 of these chunks. It's not 50 stacks, because 50 stacks is 50. So that means just this part, 7 of these is 56. So 7 tiles of belts is more than 16 tiles of cargo bay. That seems bad. Yes. So then you know, okay, cargo bays are useless for storing chunks, so I'm gonna use belts. And then it starts being like, well, what if we do underground belts? Then we can get more. And that's why I devised this infinitely tileable pattern of underground belts that then has sort of multiple levels of underground belts go underneath each other. And that means we can store in this location some thousands instead, which we would never be able to do inside of cargo bays. Have you counted yet? No, because it's the tileable thing is difficult. So, okay, so now let's get back to the ship. So, we're going to design the front of the ship first. And now we are starting to get these kind of things inbound. This is a none. Zip, we're going to get that. Good. Let's have a look at the other ship and then see. So, structure of this damn thing. I like this pattern, but we're gonna have to do it differently. But I like it still, so we're just gonna take it and use that as a baseline. Let's start getting this one in, and then we can build something else that's ever so slightly better. Grab a railgun. Yeah, or my belt weaving stacks to 4 or 5 even. Is it intended that you're outputting the chunks toward the front? Huh? Outputting the chunks towards the front. On this design? They are coming in from, basically they'll be coming in on the side like here. From the front where they're being picked up. On these 2 glorious belts. And then they'll be going in here. And then after all the storage is done, they'll go back and then go up the middle into what will be construction here ish, right? Something like this. These are done. Okay, but you decided. Oh, it's an epic one. Who cares about epic stuff? Boo. All right. Yeah, I don't know how many. I'm leaning towards this part. So that it's 4 railguns and then 1 grabber here. We know the width of it, so, and you can also just scale a little bit. Grabber and railguns evenly. You think so? Why? That doesn't seem great. Reason. Okay, the gun check. That's a good idea about checking the. What are you doing? You stopped at novice? Oh, because we are not consuming the right thing. Damn it. Kill count 78,000. These middle ones, kill count 16,000. And as soon as we go a little bit back, kill count 0. Kill count 400. Okay, so that's actually funny how the difference between the front ones, they have 17,000 kills, but the ones behind it have 0 kills. While the laser turrets have 250,000 kills. And yeah, they're shooting at slightly different things. These are only shooting at the microscopic ones. These ones are small carbonic asteroids. Okay. Oh, it's leaping. Good. Okay, that means that this line here is completely useless. Like the middle ones have never even fired a shot. They have never fired a shot. That's crazy, isn't it? I mean, maybe they'll be better or a bit more, but that means I'd much rather have the laser turrets, just a long line of laser turrets here. Well, that's good news, I guess. But the problem is that it doesn't work in terms of like this one serves a purpose that it feeds ammo into the other one, so that is kind of problematic. Okay, so what if I do a 1-to-4 pattern? Because then I could do something like this. And they would be happy. Yay! Unfortunately, these would not be happy because I can't build them here then. Like, as much as this looks like a right place, then I can't get the ammo in here. So I could do something like this. And then go long-handed inserters and short inserters. It kind of feels super wasted, like this space here. No gun turrets at all? I do need gun turrets. My laser turret damage is pretty good. 20. I'd love to get a little bit more. It's not that, it's 16 million, so it's still cheaper than the asteroid productivity. One inserter missing, sure. I do think this is important, but I also think that laser turrets need to be a little bit more prominent. If I'm looking at it like this, then that might actually be okay in terms of laser turrets. Oh, that's not laser turrets. Three laser turrets like this. Just kind of... This inserter taking 3 spaces is too much. Funny thing is... It's still actually, even by getting a separate belt for this, it's still taking less space now. Like, even if I did this, by having 2 belts, it would still actually be less space. So I managed to get an extra laser turret in here. Ah. Red rocket plus lasers? I mean, I love the idea. It just kind of sucks to build it and then just find out. I mean, I fucking love that idea. I don't know if it's a good idea, but I love the idea. Love the idea. And me loving an idea does not mean that it's a good idea. It just means that I love the idea. That's it. Now, if I could shoot these one back, then I would have more space for laser turrets. That could be a really efficient design, I think. I don't know about this one, so we still need to figure this one out. The rockets basically kill everything. Yes, they kind of do. I don't know what I'm gonna do about, like, outbound here. Obviously that's not necessary. It's, that's gonna be the same. That would have to be like this, right? So, some kind of repeatable pattern. Like, I have infinite space behind the front defenses. Remember that. I like this, because it's fully tileable. That's tileable. Damn. What's that now? Oh, clever. No! Don't know why. They're something. Okay, build, damn you. Start building instead of this crap. What is it not working? What's going on? Science is where? What? Why? How's the science not output? Oh, science. Oh, science. Oh. We've just not requested any science or what? Since it's expiring the science. Okay. Second line of inserters with first. That one goes down here. This is the one that's just waiting to be. They go in here when they actually request a new ship. So when this comes back in a little while, it arrives, and then we'll see this one activate. But I think it's just our science that's too high, or we just for some reason didn't consume enough. We've also been doing like an awful lot of these, and when we were doing this, we did not request any. So maybe it's just built up a huge amount, and then after an hour's worth, they start expiring. Probably. Oh yeah, actually that might be a thing, because we did mess up. We did partially start doing a redesign of this, and you're kind of here, and well, it is on the belt, so it's just what is not working on the belt? That's the space science? Are you kidding me? Heimdall, what are you up to? No. What now? How? But that's a lie. So you're on 45, 47. Okay. You're stuck at novice because what? Why are we stuck at novice? Pause thrust, that's probably why. God damn it. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that's a me thing, as always. Oops. Charge with inserters from first on a new ship. Okay. Alright, so it was just not getting anything because it was stuck on novice. And that means it ran out, and oh, okay. God. What are we saying? Second line of what? What's with this one? Is there a problem with it or what?
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Second line of rocket turrets on the new ship. Oh yeah, here I had a little bit more, but it's a little bit more compressed now. These are moved a little bit up front. I'm not saying yes. I'm saying That's not tileable then. Probably correct. Yeah, I think so. Probably correct. Seemed like a robust amount here. And let's see. So that will be, this will be a unit, I guess. I actually have to drag this out, kicking and screaming, and then say it has to be like this. Wow. So this also dictates the front of the ship. Because it will then have a little bit of a fortress bastion feel to it, like this one. I guess. Oops. That's gigantic. Hey, okay, I love your YouTube content, and I was wondering if you have recently done any tours of the full setup recently. No, I haven't. Because I feel that everything is just work in process and kind of scuffed, so I haven't. This is a god-awful big ship, but hey, ambitions. Put these foolish ambitions to rest. It's a very good. I hope you'll pick it up. That's a good idea. Yeah. It's all broke. No to us. Hey. And when the series ends, yeah. But also like just maybe once in a while, just go like, oh, okay. But because of what I have thought about is that I will make a spaceship for blue signs and a spaceship for yellow signs, and then I'll basically at that point sort of have another episode that will be focused on how should we say, like playing the game, as in, okay, we have theoretically built everything at the right scale, but I haven't really looked into the logistics, so let's just start science and then debug. And that's also kind of a way to do base tour, because oh, it breaks, and then you start going, oh, okay, that's because of, I guess so. Your base built Gleba and Volcanus. Yes, it's true. So, okay. What do we think about this front of the ship? Wide? Sure. It is just barely. It's just wide enough that we can do this, and then see the full size of the ship. Good. Not working. Why not working? I mean, right now not working. Yes, I'm keenly aware of that. Looks like overkill. Yes, but the thing is, as soon as you don't have overkill, you just killed the entire ship. You need to be, yeah. Not working is what I think because of the underground. What underground? This underground? Or this underground? What underground? Oh, right. Okay. So all of these are kind of... That's what you meant. Why didn't you just say that? Okay, so now I will look at this little ship here. I love this corner. This corner is so neat. I don't know why, but I just find it super neat. So I'm going to build it out here and just... Cannot build an empty space. Don't care. These three here. I like those. But... And then I do also like these two. I think they're busy. There's something asymmetric about this. Like these two here. What would be the equivalent of that? Guess it would be like this. That would be the same, yeah. Yeah, these are actually way too far down. It'll have to be at least like this. Yes. That looks better. Then it looks like it's the same thing. Kind of bothers me that that I can't move this one tile over. Really wanted it, instead of here, to be here. Massive difference on the ship. Massive. Oh, I lost my sizing of the ship. Let's have a look at these, if they are busy. 107,000 kills, 213,000 kills, 265,000 kills. They might actually be the most busy ones. Yeah, they are. These are the busiest ones. Okay, so they are also shooting at a lot of shit that doesn't need to be shot at, but hey, it's fun. Yeah, corners are super busy, so let's right. There's not really any way to do this different if I want to keep this going, so there's a way of doing it by going up and just saying don't care about okay, that's just a mess. I don't know how these are supposed to be next to each other like that. Okay. So you can get that one, and then that, and that. Okay. I like this. And then that one. I don't like this. This is sticking out too much. But on the other hand, it is actually correct. Because it is in the same line. Maybe it's... Honestly... Maybe the issue is this one. Maybe that should actually be here. Yeah, why not? Like... This doesn't... Like, having recess doesn't do anything for it. This is still reachable. Which also means that this could be moved over here if it needed to, but it doesn't need to, but it could. Now let's consider what we have on the belts here. This belt we have ammunition, which we don't need, plus railgun. And on the other one we have, oh shit, normal chunks. I forgot those, damn. Very noisy, because this one could be railguns and rockets. Cool. And then we just have a free belt But I could just get that free belt down here, like that just keeps going of no interest. Just passing by and then only collecting those on the side. I think that might be. Yeah, normal is side only, yes. But then we need to figure out where our build is going to be. This one. Oh. And then our side defense. I'm not super keen on the side defense. Because this side defense is like, oh man, it reaches way too far out. Right. This side defense I'm not happy about. Do I want to have these collect Promethium? I honestly don't think so. Like, it's... Sure, they are collecting Promethium. But let's just keep them only collecting the other. Also, if they then fill up and get oversaturated, then it doesn't block anything. Likewise, if these get oversaturated, then it's just that. So let's keep those as being normal stuff. So don't do that. Let's also connect this so that it actually starts building. I will take you out because I don't need that right now. But I want to craft this and then see how... So I need an ammunition belt. I have lasers on the side. I have one railgun once in a while. Just normal railgun, by the way. I'm gonna need one belt inbound. That means... Yeah, okay. But this one, I don't know where that's gonna be. That's gonna be on the second belt, I guess. Yes, there will be one space in here, yeah. This. Then I probably could shift it a little bit out, because I don't think I need this much. There. Which means I can now get this one. So this is going out here, but that means I will only place it on the inside, like inside belt, right? What about the other side of the belt? Wouldn't that also be neat? Yes. Could I do that? I could if I did something like this. Then I'm actually satisfying both sides of the belt. Half a belt is fine, yeah, but I also really like having enough, obviously. And if I'm just filling it up on both sides, then it's probably better. But this part is a little problematic. Right hand side in the direction of travel, which means I can't really do it now. You don't really need a railgun there. It's a really long ship, so actually I do.
Welcome home.
Because, let's say this one, look at the direction. That one, right? That diagonal path, if that came out like this, it would hit the ship because the ship is going to be much longer. So I do need them in the side. Not a lot, but a little bit. Hey, Ursula, thank you very much for your sub. Loyal sub for 45 months. You working? No, you're not working. Ah, well, that's kind of the whole idea of what we're doing. There. Okay. I don't know. I think that it would be better. Oh, like that, right? Comes on the outside belt, goes in here. That works. Okay, and there's a small buffer here. I like this. Seems pretty simple. And then this one will be repeated up here. That's that filter. This one is just carrying the signal. Could make better defense here, ever so slightly. But does it matter? No, don't think so. Still thinking if there's a way to make 2 on this side and 2 on this side. Well, if this goes down here, it doesn't change anything, so no, I don't think so. So we can't just do 1 here, because the other one would have to be there, and that's obviously occupied, and then these 2. Sure, that's probably our system here. That's a lot of undergrounds, but again, who cares? Then the question is, okay, this thing, does it really start this far in? It doesn't. It seems like it's overreaching a lot. So what if I did it here? That would actually be a lot nicer. That would actually not just be a lot nicer, it would be... Would it be a perfect match? Or would it be an almost perfect? Oh, a one-off. You might make a nicer pattern. Width is not an issue. If you get the chunk belt further in. The chunk belt will... Then it gets a lot smaller, this ship. A lot smaller. Do your front railguns have a priority? No, they don't. But they should have, of course. There. Just... Thank you for reminding me. And also these out here don't have priorities either. But they're going to be moved so many times that I don't really bother with it. Well... Do I like or do I not like? This is the center. So actually this could be moved 1 in. And still, because I compacted the side defense here. So I could make it on this line. Just basically like this. And then some adjustments up here to sort of get the corner working. So that is the defense belt. There. And then I need that's a little tricky here. Because you need to be... Oh, these are Promethium only. Maybe that's not Promethium only. Maybe that's actually set filter. So I'll kind of do something different. That's the ammo belt. You cannot go out on this one. There's no way. So that's a non-starter here. That means I'm gonna have to make these two both the Promethium belt and then have this is the ammo belt. Damn. It's a little awkward. Because this is kind of the best way. Oh no. It's neither needed nor fed there. Could be further in. It's true, but I don't. If the further I bring it in, the less space I have, because this space is then can't be used for anything else. So, we'll find a better way of doing this. And that's the normal belt here. So Promethium comes in, and then I'd like to have one more up here. Like, this is a giant waste of space. Like, that's at least something, but still. Just can't really get it any different way here. It's just waste of space. This is also the part that, do I need two in a row? No, I don't. Couldn't I just move the whole thing one up and then tile it off? Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Let's try that, just to see if that works better. Obviously, a lot of this will have to be deleted, just to get space for all the other things here. This one really, yeah, okay. I don't need to test this. Because this has to be Prometheum. Because all of what gets shot, then the stuff that moves past here has to be picked up right there and moved on the belt. And there's actually going to be a significant amount. Like all the stuff that gets destroyed in this space wouldn't really be picked up by anyone except for these. So, yeah, it's necessary. Too late and it looks fine again. True. But it's a little bit janky here. That's true. The other part of this is actually who says that it has to be this close, right? Like that right next to that one. I mean, we get to the point here that now we actually have decent amount of space. So we'll take you. One, 2, 3, 4 grabbers, 5, 6 grabbers. So these 3 on one and these 3 on another, maybe. Now I get into a little bit of doubt about, is it even going to be enough for this? Like, that's not going to be 60 per second. There's no way that they can pick up enough of that. That doesn't seem like much. Since when can you make a donut chip? I don't make a donut chip. It's not connected here because I haven't filled out this space. So once I fill this in, you can make donut chips, but only with landmines and biters. And obviously this is not the right place. The whole thing has to be moved up. But first it's about sort of funny pattern. Find the corners and stuff. So, honestly, I like this part more. The fact that it goes a little bit out, and then whatever is here on the side just picks up the rest. Because you can see there's actually still a lot that flows past. But having this one just overlap a little bit is just a lot nicer than having it just go straight down. Maybe just aesthetically, but it just seems nicer. So, what to do? The one thing I could do was having my module like here, having it instead of starting in the middle, then having it start like this, and then duplicating 2 launchers next to each other in the middle. That could be... Would that be better? It would give me exactly 9 additional tiles outbound. That is, how much is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tiles. So that space. What about less rear guns and more grabbers? I don't think I need it. I mean, I can see that here I don't have enough grabbers, but here it's 1 to 6. So I'm thinking 1 to 4 is better. Eight legendary inserters. Wow, that's a lot. That means all of our designs here are completely useless because they are not even close to getting enough. And of course we're not really going very far out here, so we're not really getting a lot. So yeah, so I guess maybe we do have to just take this part out here. I'm easily swayed. I will concede that. I am easily swayed by your poor arguments. So here's the other part of it is it could also be the design was like that. So that they're actually still the same. It's not the same, but then having these two next to each other. I don't know what the point of that would be instead of doing 1, 2, 1, 2. Because 2 is also... should be doable, this one, right? This should also be tileable. Equally tileable, right? Yeah. Then this is better for me. Except that I'd have to mirror it. Right now I'm doing it one way, but I would have to mirror this because otherwise it looks stupid, I think. The issue with this... actually not. Because now you could treat this as a module. Let's try killing this in the middle here. And then trying to look at how this would look like. It also gives me a lot more flexibility on where to put this. Oops. Ish, right? Because this still has to be moved in. It's this part, right? And that could then be something like this. Let's see. It doesn't need the top one, does it? No. Right. That one is not needed. That's a mess here. Okay, this is the ammo belt. No, this is the ammo belt. Close. Yeah. Woohoo! It works. We managed to hit the ammo belt correctly. Then the other belt here is the... not the Prometheum, but the normal stuff. And these two go out here, here. And this is the middle, so we'll take it from the middle in, middle out. Best algorithm there is, middle out. It is, that's probably one of the best, okay, best sitcom episodes ever is, for me, a toss-up between the implication by It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia and Middle Out from Silicon Valley. They are just absolutely perfectly written episodes. So this is our belt-ish. Core version, yes, that one, yeah. Sneak, sneak, sneak. Yeah, because of the implication. Yes, because of the implication. Yeah. There you go. We got another squeezed in here. weirdly. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 of those. Don't know if that's gonna be enough. It doesn't need to oversaturate, and I don't even know if I can capture that much or if I'm gonna be bumping into that much. But this might be, I mean, might be onto something here, right? Do I like this? Do I want to get it a little bit further in? I think I could get it one further in if I wanted to, but I don't know if I want to. Like this part. I could take this part and go here. Don't know why, but I could by going, and then we're back to the red one. What is this belt? This is the, oh, right, that's the necessary one. That's a little problem. Hold on, that's not, that's not how it works. Like this, yes. Complicated. Yeah, jumping in, merging, jumping in, merging, jumping in. One freaking tile off. Maybe not. Like this. That one. All of this so that I can have this irrelevant belt going in here with something. Funny thing, like this is probably, hopefully useless, but there's really no reason not to do this. Belts are uneven through 6 grabbers on one and 3 on the other. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. If it takes 8 to fill one, then it doesn't really matter. And if that's the case, then I can hack something. I can just do that. We can also just use more space for this. Equal with what tile apart? Enough? I don't think that'll look more symmetric, to be honest, because then they are not aligned to that. Maybe it does. Really wish this one could be flipped, but it can't, because then it's not outputting on both sides now. It's only outputting on one side. And that's no good. So I can do that one. Actually, I probably should do that for all of them so that it outputs in the middle. It just looks nicer, doesn't it? Yeah. So they're always outputting in the middle. Yeah. And then all the rest of the stuff has to be migrated a little bit. There. That changed. Connected all the way over. And this is a little mess then. But it'll look better now. Ooh. No, here. Hey, marginally less awful. And there's also something here, right? Yeah, this is not connected, so you need to go one over. But I do think that's more important. That's a good corner, I think. Looks a. The funny thing is how it's intended to go a little bit out. Filling dead space with unnecessary accumulators in the beginning. Maybe. Yeah. I hope they are unnecessary. Because I don't want things getting closer than this. But yeah, if anything gets this close, then shoot! Shoot, damn you! Shoot it! I like it. And this front side will now have 34 railguns, and this one has 24 railguns. Okay, so it's 50% more railgunny. Alright. Okay, so what have we done? We've done storage, we've done the side defense, we've done the front defense, we've done the corner. Now we just need everything else. So, I'm worried that since we cut so many railguns from the front, when the build finally starts, it'll end up like Titanic. Maybe. 50% more ray gun. It's not an issue. I think, and I don't know, but railguns, at some point they're going to be saturating, and just because they pierce 100%, then whatever's there will just, you can see every railgun shot is not just killing one, but killing multiple things. And I'm also shooting at the smaller railgun chunks here, or the smaller promethium chunks. So once this one breaks, that one, then it gets shot at again. I think that actually happened instantly. These medium promethium chunks are part of it, right? Yes. No, but that's big promethium chunks. I think we just never see big promethium chunks because they get annihilated immediately. These are just medium. So here? No, they turn into medium immediately. And then rockets will just saturate everything else. I'm way behind your current progress on YouTube and wanted to ask, what's the best way to start with quality? You can, yeah, that's Fulgora, I'd say. Start upcycling on Fulgora. Just get everything, or not everything, but start Quality modules in miners, quality modules in recyclers. Take your potentially uncommon but definitely rare items and put them in boxes and then save them for later. I got to planet. Half of the railguns also shoot the big asteroids. Yes. That's also what I figured, that I wouldn't just want it there because I want as many railgun shots firing at all times as possible, considering we can of course handle it. And then I thought, you know what, Promethium is, when we don't see Promethium chunks or large asteroids, then we don't need to shoot. Are only needed for the biggest, and there aren't that many. Rockets handle the rest easily. Sure, but I think that I would think that railguns are also valuable shots, because not only do they take the big ones out, they take multiple of the big ones plus whatever is in line of sight, and they have 60 range, so you can see that every shot takes out 2 of the big ones plus whatever small crap is in the way. And that means it's like the stuff that comes in here where the rockets need to pick it up is really low. It's not really a lot. Railguns are also cooler. I think that's a very valid point. Good. Okay, so I think we need to just start designing some construction. We need to figure out how much we want to produce here. Kind of sucks to do this and then flip it, because that's not going to be correct. And then the whole thing has to be redone. Like, that is not good. And then this one. And then I'm gonna have to figure out if that is gonna be... Yeah, I think the rest is okay. I want to get my laser damage so high that I can do this with just lasers. Yeah, that's not happening. Because laser weapons is a little bit expensive at this point. 16 million for this update, and it doubles every time, so... And yeah, it's a nice big chunk, 70% damage every time, but 16 million, yeah, we can handle it. 32 million, ugh. And the same with the asteroid productivity. That's also one that kind of just tapers off a little bit. Oh, Gleber. Gleber is... Oh, that's because we're not really getting any of the other ones. Man, does that look... Okay, let's have a look at this one. Like, first of all, check that out. We have absolutely no issues with the production capacity of any of this. So that's an interesting thing, that this is producing, but it's never producing at max speed. So, you know, is it worth it? Yeah, ammo boat. Also, we might need more than 120 rockets per second rocket. No. 120 rockets per second? No, I can't imagine that. Maybe that's just my imagination that's lacking, but yeah, I can't imagine that. I think I'd like to have 3 of these belts in here. Right, let's actually look at it in a different way of saying for the last hour, what is the consumption of there? And ammo. So the last 10 minutes. The last 10 minutes they are here. This is how much the peak. 1.2k per minute. So that's 20 per second. At the peak, it's consuming 20 per second. Does that make sense? And if I'm just looking at the front here, that is 37 rocket launchers. 37 seems like a wrong number, but okay. 37. How the hell is that an odd number? Alright, I can't figure that out. Because I built one in the middle. Okay. Yeah, so and I think these are shooting all the time. Working. It's just saying working. They are shooting. They're all working all the time. These ones are not, though, right? Or working is not actually what I'm looking for. Working is not a symptom that it's shooting or cooling down. So these are huffing and puffing. Yeah, 2.2 per second. Yeah, so on our new ship, on the front, we will have 84, which is obviously way overkill. So even if they shoot once per second, that would be 80 per second. Yeah. So they will be able to consume if they're all shooting all the time. And I just don't think they are. Yeah. 82 per second. I'm putting the second line in, and I would expect that the first line is going to be almost 100% busy, and the second line is going to be like 22 something percent busy. I don't know. So if we look at this ship, this module here, this module there, this is producing 13 per second. And we were consuming, at the peak, we were consuming 20. But we have to consider the peak because it's just going to keep going out. So this would actually have to be like more like 4 of these, I guess. Yeah, 4 of those, yeah. 4 of these builds. Or maybe do a little change to it, but yeah. So those will also consume, so they might steal important rocket. I don't think so. They are shooting so little that it doesn't actually happen. Like here, they're not shooting, so I think they are a little bit of a precaution. The front ones might be shooting. This one has not shot a single shot at all, and this is the one that's most likely to shoot. Not a single shot. So I don't think we can count these as needed, as consuming anything. Not a single shot, and it's been running for a long time. So I mean, good question. We just need to see. Okay, and you're almost coming back with another 25,000. Easy fix with logic to control the ship's speed based on consumption. Yes. You're right. I don't know if it's an easy fix, but it's definitely doable. It's not impossible to do, where we just say, okay, if the amount on the belt out here drops, then slow down. And maybe do it in several steps so that it's like, okay, if it's at 100%, then go at 100% forward. If it is dropping below 80%, then drop it down to, I don't know, 80% speed, and so on. And if it goes down to 0% on the belt, then stop. And there we go. We are landing at an Aquilo on the way back. I think it's interesting to design this, and I think we have the hardest parts. I'm thinking of... So I want this part to move up front, so that I can probably have this bus here up front as well. Like, there's obviously an argument for having the rocket fuel thing done at the back, but maybe I don't really... hold on. Let's think about something. Do I like this design? No. There we go. Didn't need to think that much. 8% drop speed, 50% alert and drop speed, 30% stop. Yeah, something like that. That sounds good. So never starve, I'd say below 50% just stop. Yeah, but I think you also want a little bit of forward momentum. Okay, so here is... Okay, so what I'm thinking about is, here I built this self-balancing crap thing that goes into a bus, which means that if I do this on a bus, then I am constrained by the max capacity that it's going to be 120 of each. I don't think 120 of each will ever be a problem, but it might be the case that, or since this ratio is perfect match to this ratio plus that ratio, then it seems kind of silly to take this, put it on the belt, put some balancing logic to use the 98% of it in here, and then a little bit in here, or maybe 95%, but a little bit in here. And then having this one causing it to operate on the self-balancing. It seems more logical that I would say, oh, you know what, this one needs a little bit of carbon, so put some carbon in. This one is needing the combined carbon sulfur in perfect ratio, so just put it in there. I think that's nicer. Ice and water, maybe that's something we want to make a central location and just pipe that somewhere. Maybe we want to pipe this somewhere and then have iron and copper being built, being made separately in this, and then just have a liquid bus instead, which consists of liquid iron or molten iron, molten copper, and water on a bus. No, not even. We will completely scrap this part. And this is also extremely resource hungry. Extremely. This is the majority of our resources actually going here. Like, most of this is actually allocated to this part, which isn't really necessary. If I look comparatively, 27 steel, nothing, and absolutely nothing of this. Then it's only the explosives. So let's look at explosives from an isolated perspective. Can I do that? Does that work here? Yeah, it does. Ah, right, but don't like building it here. Let's build it up here. Inhuman Bondage is tomorrow. So, tomorrow we have a stream of a new release, Darkest Dungeon release. So if you don't know about Darkest Dungeon, come join. If you do know about Darkest Dungeon, come join. There we go. That should be pretty easy to keep track of what you're supposed to do tomorrow. I need this one. What dungeon? Darkest Dungeon. Is it DD1 or DD2? Darkest Dungeon 2. And tomorrow they release new game mode that should be more like Darkest Dungeon 1. So instead of this roguelike where you get frustrated because it doesn't do anything, or you lose it because of random crap. So that will be... It's going to be exciting. I'm excited about it, at least. Shoot. We need a lot of... Here. That's 50, and then that's 100. Let's get that in here, so... 47, really? Never mind. Because this is not working unless I get some power, and I really need some power. One of my favorite games. Didn't bother with DD2 to be honest. Yeah, I loved the art direction, the story, the combat in Darkest Dungeon 2. I did not like the campaign or the game format. Combat works really well with the tokens. It was just so much better. It still had this random chance, but it was really clean in the way, or is really clean. 150 in Darkest Dungeon 1. I don't actually. Oh right, it's because I played it on Epic Games Darkest Dungeon 2. What about Darkest Dungeon 1? 513 hours in Darkest Dungeon 1. Okay, so yeah, I played my fair share. I think less, or definitely less, but I don't know. 300 hours, I think, in Darkest Dungeon 2, I would be my guess. Not that much. Okay, so this is the ratio we get out of this is who the hell knows? The ratio is 5 to 2. So for every caft, one of the sulfur goes in here, and 5 plus 1 sulfur, 5 carbon plus 1 sulfur goes in here, becomes 1 coal. That's why this one's not allowed to get any productivity, because then it screws up the ratio and goes in here. But we need everything to be moduled, right? There. And this one has to be stack size 1. And then... that's not working. This has to be... I have to have 2 in here. I remember this problem. Did I not solve it? Because now, how do I get... Oh, there we go. Here I get it. Let's have a look. I have a huge overproduction of... But honestly, I think that's better. Now we have an underproduction of that, which is fine. How do we get an overproduction? Oh, no. Okay. Ratio should be fine, I think. Really doesn't seem like it. Wasn't the crusher one out to the right? Like that? No, then. So if I do this, that is a pretty good module that takes stuff inbound. So if I have a belt that goes here, then as long as I can just get it in and out, then I'm happy. Then I just need some water from somewhere. Then I think that it's actually better for me to do, hey, I need twice as much. Just smash down the second one instead of doing some intricate build of this. Or maybe I can just do something like flip. Yeah, then it gets messed up now if I build that. Maybe not. See, See, now that if this is starving, what does that mean? I don't know. I don't know what that means. There will be no extra carbon. There won't be any extra carbon. The reason why this is unbalanced is because these are not sort of matching in priority. So one of them is going to run fast. This one consumes 9, but this one is only it's producing 27. So, and this one's consuming 10, producing 9. So these two are pretty close to same ratio, at least now. But there's a small deficit, but it'll self-balance. So, do you plan on doing masterclass series for Space Age? Yes, when the time is right. And that's not right now. I need to sort of wind down, do something else, come back. Oh my god, he's back. Woo! Let's do masterclasses. Yay! Awesome. All that stuff. Removing the outside beacons just makes it a lot less. Now we have not enough carbon because this one can't keep up. We could put some speed modules in those, right? Still not fast enough. Just like if we look at it, this is consuming 7.5 coal, and this one is producing 6 coal. So there will be a deficit of coal here, and this will be the one that dictates the flow rate. I could actually do both, couldn't I? What if I do that? Now there's a surplus. You are consuming 10.7. You're consuming 10.6. Ooh, very close to ratio, right? Very close to ratio. There. Now it says that there is a surplus of here and here. But it kind of makes sense that this is a 2-to-5 ratio. It's not quite because balance. But the thing is, like, if you take away the speed, if you say that this is the one that dictates the flow, the speed, it is not, but let's say. So when this one crafts one time, it produces 5 carbon, 1 sulfur. These are infinitely fast and infinitely fast. So I have 5 carbon, 2 sulfur. This one takes 5 carbon, 1 sulfur, and gets 1 coal out. So that means between these two, we now have 1 coal and 1 sulfur remaining, and that's exactly what goes in here. 1 sulfur, 1 coal, plus some water. So if these are infinitely fast, then this will dictate the speed. Funnily enough, I just realized it is actually infinitely fast. It's damn close to it, to being infinitely fast. But this is a bad idea, right? Oh, this one's effective. I have too many beacons already here and too many beacons. What about this? Okay, now it's not producing anything. That's such a big difference. It goes from 2.73 and then add a beacon, then it's 27. So it's multiplied by 10, this beacon. But 27 and 67 is just enough to feed all of this. All the rest of it, which is funny, I think. And then I get 90. Could also do this. Now that is interesting. You're producing 9, you're consuming 8. Okay. you're consuming 45 plus 9, which is way more than we have available. So these are now this is correctly the bottleneck, but I can't even get things in here. No, I don't really like that. I don't mind like making things more complicated just to save on something that is as cheap as one of these. It's not really worth it. Huh. That's actually much nicer. Holy smoke, that's much nicer. Why did I not do this originally? This is so much nicer. Yeah. Because you can go in, out, in, out. And these two are right next to each other and right next to each other, and then they can probably be like connected like this. Yes. Easy. And even better, they go out on a belt like this. Nice. Hey, Diamond, thank you for the...
Returns. Welcome home.
Diamond, and we're done for today. That's a nice design we got here. Right at the very last second. With a single beacon that affects everything. Nice. To output chunks. Ah, yeah, of course. These ones. Yeah. These should be chunkies. I'll just do that so I don't forget it. There. Sweet. And these ones have to be set to 1. And this one should just be free. Good. That's a really nice design. Cool. And the rest is also a nice design. So we're starting to sort of build the blocks, and then we'll continue next time. So I'm going to be playing Darkest Dungeon 2 tomorrow. And if it's fun, we're going to continue Wednesday and Thursday. If it's not so fun, then we'll either continue with Elden Ring or with more Factorio. But next Sunday will definitely be more Factorio, and I'll also be getting something, some video out tomorrow, I hope. I did the preparation for it, but I didn't complete it, so let's see. Thank you for watching, and thank you for support. Good night, take care, and stay effective, everyone.